Okay, hello chat. How are that's the end of the sentence. Greetings. Hmm. Indeed, stream. I look, man, I also think it's way too hot. It's ugh. Guys, I hate the heat. The heat is terrible. Okay, there's that. And now I go to this. Yeah, cool. Hello and welcome to uh this. How is everyone? I hope. Sub to the stream so we can get heat suppressants. Exactly. Thanks, Tricky. Anyway, hi, welcome to TTRPG tip stream and art stuff. A way that I can stream and prep my game at the same time. Efficiency. I'm stretching right now. Guess I should leave them. No, Richard, I'm specifically doing non-spoiler stuff. I'm just drawing icons of Pokemon. I will go until my hand hurts or until uh I run out of things to talk about, I guess. It's actually probably just until my hand hurts. I've wanted to do something like this for a while, but I kept getting anxious about the concept. Um, and then I eventually decided that, well, I'm going to be anxious about it no matter what for the first time, so I should just do one, and it'll probably be really shitty, but uh, at least I'll have done one at that point. So, yeah. um, yeah. So fun fact, I did a poll on the server that I'm sure all of you know existed. Because have you tried just not worrying about it? Oh, true. I should get my not worry about it thing. Hold on. One moment. Ah, that's better. I had forgotten my afternoon don't worry about it pill, aka my afternoon anxiety med. Gross water. Richard, how do you know what I drank was water? You don't know. I could be a weirdo who takes pills with soda. Yeah, I know. Anyway, so I made a poll. Um, well, okay, first I made a funny thing of, haha, uh, insert things that you might want to see on this type of stream. And then I made a poll of all the most popular answers. And by all the most popular answers, I mean all the answers Katie gave, because no one said anything except for Katie. Uh, which was a little discouraging at first, but then I made the poll of, hey, uh, what are of these topics? What do you want? Didn't even see the thing. Okay. uh, yeah, no, I got three responses. One was a joke from uh, Angel or Jared. I'm not sure which. The second one was someone who misinterpreted the question. I still appreciated their responses though. And then the third one was Katie, and then no one responded to it after that. um, but then I made the poll of like, hey, of these things. Ah, KP was the one who did it. I see. I understand. Don't worry, KP. I appreciated your things, and I will use those as talking points at some point because they were fun things. Um. Anyway, you know, the second one I gave a silly answer for. Yes, the second one was, what do you want to hear about of these topics? Making plot hooks, rules and number crunchiness. How do I make a good encounter? Maybe stand design too. I don't know. Battle maps. And how do I make my story gooder? And then there was a thing of insert thing if you want. Hello, Katie. Richard is the only one who inserted anything, and all he put was penis joke. So that was fun. Um, and then there was a thing of like, okay, of the topics, what do you want to hear about most? And it's funny because all but one person put the making plot hooks for players as something that they would want to hear about. But of those, only one person marked it as the thing they want to hear about most. So while everyone wants it, they all want something else more. Honestly, I probably could have just gotten away with like, I don't know, making like just doing one of the questions, but I thought it would be interesting to have all the data. Um, hold on, I need to check something for who I'm gonna draw first. Okay. And we're all just a bunch of inconsistent ducks. Yeah, but the ones that were there was the ones that people wanted the most were how do I make my story gooder and how do I make a good encounter? Maybe stand design too. I don't know. I put maybe stand design too. I don't know because let's be honest here. Everyone is here for the JoJo stuff, and nothing else. I should get my picture of Capsicum up. I'm not. Yes, I know, Richard. But you're Satan. You're not a person. You're an abstract concept. Should have put it. No, why playing the weird route of Deltarune is. No, playing the weird route isn't a sin. So I also like Pokemon, okay? And I appreciate that. I put a lot of work into Pokemon. I am putting work into Pokemon right now, as we speak. Um, how the hell does Capsicid's mouth work? It's like a beak. think this is pretty good. Uh, anyway, yeah, I'm not sure what to quite start with. Um, honestly, I don't expect this stream to be very good. I just kind of expect it to be there. But I don't know, people can ask questions and stuff, and that's pretty cool. Let's see if I can look up a front-facing capsicid. How about you even get the idea for a game? True. How does game? How do idea? Um, well, of course, all games start with the classic. At least all games start with the classic. Hey, wouldn't it be fun if this? Uh, yes. Why, KP? Uh, yeah, so fucking Capsicum's fucking weird. Look at this creature. Hold on, guys. Just for your guys' context, I'm just gonna like look at this thing. What is he? Anyway, um, little tooth. Yes, he do have a little tooth. Uh, what was it? I had a thing that I was gonna say. I really should have made talking points for this. I considered it, and then I was like, it's gonna be shitty anyway. No one's gonna get anything from this. I mean, I hope people do get stuff from this, but still. He's a bibby. Yes, yes, he is a bibby. Wait, what's a tooth? That's that thing that you have in your mouth. Anyway. So, okay. When I'm making a game or a character, it tends to always just start with, like, wanting to let. Okay, I'll be real. Guys, okay. Here's the first rule of GMing, according to me. Um, get your notepads. This is class now. Write this down. Are you all writing it down? Did you pick your brain about RPG stuff? So we'll definitely get a lot from this. Okay, cool. Feel free to ask things, etc., etc. Um. Anyway, are you writing this down yet? On your skin? Okay, that'll be good for the test. Okay. So, guys, first rule, steal. Literally, that is my first thing. Just steal things you like from other places. Guys, I will be so real. All of my big characters always start off as a different person's character from a thing I like, and then I just change them until they're original. Yeah, that looks pretty good. But seriously, though, I am of the opinion that there is no longer any original idea ever. Everything is just a remix of stuff that has already been done. So do not worry about being original. Really. Who's Vard based on if that's the case? Lelouch v. Britannia. Yeah, Vard is Lelouch from Code Geass. He's Angie. Angie baby. Who's Killian? Killian. Oh, what was it? I had this a bit ago. I think anyway. Yo, Kate, whoa. Yeah, exactly. But what Parker says, originality isn't like something new, it's something unique. So like Vard is unique. It's just nothing that they are is wholly original. Also, look at how this thing's eyes are spaced. That is not correct. Blue. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, Killian. Who was Killian? I think Killian was a mix of. Killian was a mix of some character and Father from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I can't remember who, though. Is Mercury based on Death the Kid then? No, Mercury is based on Monk from the detective show from 2003. Bit of a pull, but I need to get a picture of Capsicid from the back. There it is. Monk? Yeah, the germophobic detective. Yeah, at least that's like what he started off as. By the time I was actually playing him, he was very different. But, like, it all starts with that just simple, like, oh, yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. And I should do this. Yeah. Perfect. I'm sure that there are some other characters, but, like, you get the point. Uh, so really, especially if you're starting out, just don't worry about it. Don't worry about trying to... Don't worry if you're copying something, basically. It's fine. Now curious, does steal anything also work with steal a plot and go for it? Yes. Yes, it does. Guys, I stole all of Eclipse's plot. And Eclipse turned out very good. Everyone liked that. But Eclipse is probably the least original thing I have done. Someone obviously never watched Sum of Ascension. Okay, let's see. Capsicid. Gotta take some colors. Let's make that a bit brighter. Maybe a bit more yellow. Why is Tooth that color? It's crazy because Eclipse is like one of the most unique TTRPG shows I've ever watched. Yeah, see, the thing is, the plots are all very simple. Like, if you break everything down. Oh, wait. Eclipse is just Marble Hornets, but TTRPG? Yes, it is. Yeah, if you steal like 10 things at once and combine them, it's basically an original idea. Exactly. That's my philosophy. So just steal from things you like. Hell, steal from things that your friends like. That's always fun. Like, okay. It's really all it really all goes back to just being okay with stealing things. Guys, do you want to know how I learned how to draw? You'll never guess, considering the topic of the conversation. Because I haven't done, like, any art classes or anything. Did you steal something? I learned how to draw by taking arts that I enjoyed and then tracing them. What color is this? It's like a dark green. Yeah, that's how I learned how to draw. I just traced things that I liked. And then I changed little parts of them until eventually I didn't really have to anymore. Now, I still look at references of things. I just, references of drawings I like. I just don't trace them anymore. So they taught at my old high school? Yeah, exactly. Look, there's even the thing of like a bunch of old art masters they learned by copying the greats and like starting as sculpture, fucking sculpture forgers. Uh, yeah, that's pretty good. This should be. There used to be this fucking thing that kids use like a reflection tool, and that was used to teach kids to draw via tracing a reflection. Yeah, exactly. It's a good way to learn. Oh, wrong thing. Wrong layer. It's that one. And then this one. Now, question for stealing. Do you still want respectable stealing, or is it okay to steal with your heart? Uh, so long as you steal with love in your heart, it's fine. Uh, Actually, scratch that. Sometimes you don't have to steal with love in your heart. You want to know why? Because sometimes the best types of things that I do and steal. Sorry, connecting to chat. Did I die? Did my connection falter? Eh. Uh, yeah, sometimes my good ideas are not actually, uh, yeah, I love this concept and I want to do it. Sometimes it's, man, this is a good concept, but man, did someone do it shitty. I'm gonna do it better. Let's go red down here. That's pretty good. Leslie understands stealing with spite. I most certainly do. And then I take this one and that can go there. And make it a little brighter. No, it looks like he's got a little nose. Oh, wait, no, it's that one. It should go down there. Go on that one, let's say, and that one goes to the bottom. You can also go to the bottom. Yo, guys, we got a Capsicid. Let's go. Took a character from Life is Strange, and I'm attempting to do them better. See how that ends up. Um, Parker, you would have to make them the worst character in all of existence to not be better than Life is Strange. The stream to best stream Wesley ever did. Well, okay. I'm glad that you think that. I'm gonna get rid of this Capsicid. The game doesn't give me much to work with. Why is Capsicid's head so fucking big? It's because he's so fucking tiny. Okay, he can go away. Now it's Scoville time. And I'll pop him on the stream too. Guys, he's eating you. Nom 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 nom. I'm so fucking stupid. Yes, thank you for playing along, Penny. Anyway, yeah, how make story gooder? Easy. Look at stories you like and then do that. I had to allow this chat message because auto mod. Because next question. Does stealing plot lines count on just one good twist and somehow making it, hey, they did it shitty, so I can do better? Depending on the plot line, yeah. In general, I like. Hold on, I need to bring up Scoville so I can see him better. That's a weird head shape. Oh. Well, that's useful. I found a picture of Scoville facing from the front. What was I talking about? Stealing stuff? Yeah, probably. Yeah, but like good plot lines, that most plot lines have been done before. Don't worry about being original. Take something that you like, change it around a bit, reflavor. You're gonna draw both heads for the little icon. I am indeed. Look, here, I'll show you what I did for Tandem Mouse because I've done Tandem Mouses already. Let's see. It's in here, and I'll put it on screen. This is Tandem Mouse. I'm gonna do something similar for Tandem Mouse. The creative process is just reduce, reuse, recycle. Exactly. And hey, did you guys ever like watch strings? Was your first thought ever, man, this is unoriginal as fuck. I've seen this before. No, because no one actually cares. Like, you've seen the hero's journey 1,000 times. That doesn't make it any less cool when, like, I don't know, Miles Morales becomes Spider-Man. Oh, sorry, spoilers. Miles Morales becomes Spider-Man. Yeah, sorry about that. Parker, do you not like Spider-Verse? Damn. Say Hercules is a better example. Yeah, sure. I forgot that movie existed. Wait, what was Strings stolen from? Strings wasn't technically stolen from anywhere specific. It's just that I don't think that's his hero's journey as people think. In the first movie, I think it's decent. I just pulled the first thing that I could think of out of my head. I've been watching reviews of bad Spider-Man games. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. um, so like, okay, not every plot has to be I'm specifically stealing it from this thing. For example, Strings was very funny. The way that I started Springs, the way that I started Strings was actually just kind of like I came up with a concept for Vard that did not actually end up in the final game because Vard as a character changed entirely during the writing process. Is this? That's kind of Scoville, but no, I think it's more like a beak. It's more sharp. I'm gonna start with the rest of the head and then do the jaw last. So Strings isn't like stolen from anywhere per se. It is not that original though. I mean, like, I don't know, concept wise, it seems pretty similar to the concept of X-Men. I've never watched X-Men, so I wouldn't actually know, but it seems pretty similar to me. I guess it's. I mean, I guess it kind of is. Yeah, again, I'm saying like concept wise, it's not that original. It is secret group of secret group of related to humans but not actually humans people who I don't know, fight for want civil rights or some shit. I don't know. Hunted down and prejudice series models and you do it's too extremely different from X-Men. Yeah, that's why I'm saying concept wise. Like if you like put it down at the very base stuff. Recess sounds like X-Men? I mean, I suppose so. I don't know. Again, this was probably a bad example since I don't know anything about X-Men. Recess is see here's the thing. Recess isn't X-Men. Recess is My Hero Academia. Also, I suppose that this was probably a good thing to like try and make clear. I don't mean like how the story plays out. I mean world building wise. How the story plays out, I'm like, yeah, those aren't the same at all from what I know. Um, okay, that's pretty good. Here, I need to. Since there's two, I have to prepare for doing the two heads. Anyway, I don't know what I was saying past that. Anyway, strings isn't like stolen from anywhere per se. It's just kind of like. So he's opened my third eye for writing. Yeah, just take what you like and then write that, but slightly different. Who's gonna care? So long as you're not copying it like exactly one for one, it's kind of the thing of, I suppose, take what I like from stuff and use it. Yeah. So long as you're not doing it literally exactly the same. Change some stuff and make it yours. But like as a basic concept, you can just use someone else's basic concepts. For example, Vard. Again, as I said, started as Lelouch v Britannia. Now, they're not like that. Kind of similar, still, I would say. But, like, in general, I think I'm gonna split the line here. Yeah. That's good. And then put this here. Yeah, take what you like from stuff, use that, and yeah, bing bang boom, you got some fun stuff. I love you too, Katie. Let's see. What else? What else is there? Man, it's so much easier answering questions. Perfect. Perfect. Now, unless there's a secret third head that I don't know about. Yeah, anyway, take from what you like, etc., etc. You know, just trying to throw this at the wall, but I want to now predict Pokemon Lock is just Sword and Shield, but if the writers actually gave a damn. See, Pokemon Lock was created in the I've really wanted to make a Fakemon region for a while. Think about incorporating the player characters into plot for taking what they have and meshing around everything or inserting your own things. Yeah, so, okay. The thing that I tend to like to do is I simply tell the players, hey, this is the inciting plot. Make something that works with this, please. And then I take what they give me and then I start to put that in. For example, there's an upcoming game. I won't say what, but if you know, you know. And by if you know, you know, I mean I'm talking to Richard, Katie, and Parker and Penny that are here. Um, how the hell does this head shape? Is it like this? Whatever. Um, so for that game, the plot hook is you're being hired at a detective agency. Well, yes, I know it's a bell pepper, Richard. It's just bell pepper shapes are confusing. Um, anyway, the plot hook is congratulations, you're being hired at a detective's agency. So, I expect them to give me characters that want to work at a detective's agency, at least in some way. Needs more cowbell. Okay, hold on. Is this better, Richard? Is that? Is that one? Actually, yeah, that is probably better. Yeah, okay. That's good. So imagine a player being like, what if I don't want to, and gives you weird, out of left field idea. I did get one of those, but the thing is, the character doesn't want to do it, but the player is like, yeah, they're going to. Like, I'm not going to spoil anything, but the thing is that they are being forced to for some reason. The player fully understands that this is the plot and this is what they're doing. It's not a thing where, like, yeah, you give a character a thing. Look, okay. If you have a good player, they're not going to absolutely 100% ignore the plot hook that has been put in front of you. You are all at a table to play D&D. If you are like, I'm using D&D as the example, obviously. You're at the table to play D&D or JoJo's or Pokemon, etc., etc. You're at the table to play something. If you put the plot in front of them and they actively ignore it, then that's their fault. uh, I need to do the tongue. But how do I do the tongue? Also, by the way, when I say that, yeah, Richard tries to ignore plot, accidentally precedes it. Yeah, see, that's kind of. Yeah, it'll be more obvious when it's colored. Um, and see, here's the thing. By ignore the plot, I mean to pull a simple example out of nowhere. The classic D&D scenario, the blacksmith's daughter has been kidnapped by goblins. If you put that in front of them, and it's like a blacksmith in a tavern going, my daughter's been kidnapped by goblins, so long as they're not trying to break the game, they're going to understand the adventure has been put in front of us. Be like, oh, you went opposite the plot. Now you can accidentally make a new plot you didn't thought of. See, yeah, that's fun for some people. See, I have a like very good history of predicting how players do things. So most of the time, I just kind of expect what's gonna happen. Like, I put the plot in front of people. They're not going to ignore it. So, which is why I give people, like, plot hook things of, hey, this is the plot of the first session. Make something that works with this. Because if they're gonna play a character that would just say, nah, I'm gonna go do this other thing, then I literally don't have a game for them. Like, making uh a good plot hook thing. And like I try to make them good. They tend to be like 2 to 3 paragraphs. Sometimes one if it's very simple. Of like general world. The first one is like, here's the general world. Here's the plot thing. The thing that I tend to do is something like, for whatever reason, you are responding to this thing. Um, for example, For whatever reason, you have found yourself wanting to be hired by this person. And then they'll make a character that works with that. Uh, so that way, everyone's on the same page. Wrong thing. Because if not everyone is on the same page, then that will be a worse experience for all. And, like, sure, you can try and break and bend the game. In fact, it's fun under certain circumstances, so long as you're not doing it too much. It is fun. I always enjoy a good mid-session, hey, I'm gonna eat the ancient artifact. It's funny, it's haha, everyone likes it. But, you know, if it's session 1, maybe don't do that as much. If you're a player. Anyway, what was it? I had a thing I was gonna say. That's a good color. Yeah, cool. The thing that I was gonna say... Fuck. I got distracted by the fucking lavender town. Lastly, giving a random out of left field statement, having 4 characters in the vault that would just do that. Well, yeah, I mean, I picked that off of a real example. In the first game that I ran with Tally in it, during the final battle, the ancient artifacts that the main antagonist was using, she ate one. That wasn't an out of nowhere example, that was an actual example. uh, yeah, that game was fun. Okay, that's good. So now I put these in a folder, and then I copy this, and now I make it the green one. It's a bit yellow-green. Yeah, 100 works. That might be a bit too bright green. I'll just do the color picking thing again. We'll get a more accurate shade. Boop, 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 boop. Good. Wait, where's the tongue? What layer was the tongue on? Oh, it's on the teeth layer. That shouldn't be there. Every color should be on its own layer for ease of changing. Boop. Okay. Man, I had a thing. Oh, right. Okay. So, also, given what the players give me at the start, I tend to, you know, build plots around it, so long as they give it to me at the start. If they give it to me partway through, it's still going to be there, and unless it just works really well with something I already had planned, it's probably not going to be that big because I didn't get much. to start with. Um, Now, in the game example that I'm talking about, all four players have done wonderful jobs and given me such good characters that I've had no trouble working into the plot, one of which happens to be my main plot. I don't even need to write a good plot hook for him because he's already invested in the main plot because I've combined the plot that he wanted to do with the main plot already. Plot's always acceptable to give players if, for some reason, accidentally jump to final boss session 4 instead of final session to give them an out or suffer the consequences. Personally, okay. I know that some people don't agree with, like, all of this. Some people are like, yeah, fuck them. If they die, they die. Um, I think that they should have consequences in general. But also, if it's like, for example, a JoJo game, they're gonna know if the main antagonist is on screen, you are putting some risk in front of it. Um, like if you do Breath of the Wild and then you go fight you go fight Ganon, like after beating one divine beast. Well, like, you know, you're doing that. However, I do think that giving them an out is fun. That is a fun thing. Because then there's like, ah, yes, we get to do a rematch. We get to try and fix what we couldn't before. Or something along those lines. Actually win this time, type of thing. Really, the Yogurt's a perfect example of player doing their own thing while still being connected to the main plot. Also, hi. Yeah, so Yogurt was really funny because Yogurt was one of those situations where the plot. I didn't actually know what Yogurt's plot was going to be or his full backstory until, like, after episode 4. Um, and he told me what it was, and it just so happened that it worked perfectly with what I already had. Um, Fun fact, I told Duncan that, and then Duncan's response was literally just the word, what? Because think about it from Duncan's perspective. From Duncan's perspective, he gives me this wild out there plot about an escalator. And then I go, oh yeah, that works perfectly. And he goes, what? I might make it where actually let's just do that. It might have a bit more cohesion that way. No. Actually, wait. I could just use these colors. In fact, I might change the capsicate colors to be... Boop. Hell yeah, cohesion. Anyway, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, this plot works perfectly. Go right ahead. What do you mean the escalator for heaven works with the main plot? Duncan, after telling me his plans. Yeah, the thing that Duncan said afterward was, is Vard looking for heaven? Still shocked no game had a have fun at the city market day. Unless I'm forgetting a session. Well, I mean, depends on what exact thing you're talking about. Actually, hold on. I do enjoy have fun at the market days. Technically, there was one in Shadows. I need to take this. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, and click, 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 click. Boop, boop. Bah. There we go. How do you feel about trope sessions like beach episode or ballroom episode? Any favorites among the crowd? Yeah, I like trope sessions. They're fun. Like beach episode, funny. Uh, fucking look. Sometimes you just want to do funny tropes with your friends, and that's okay. It's that one. That's why it was messed up. Villain episodes are like universally loved from my experience. Yeah, villain episodes are fun. Give the PCs some antagonists. Something. Okay, I don't know if you people have noticed this, but something I've noticed when you turn PCs evil or give them villains, they're always far more ruthless. Like, that has universally been the case. Like, ruthless compared to what the current uh compared to the current like themes or like stakes. I think that's all this. That, that. That one's pretty good. He's so angry. Yes, indeed. Red. I typed grass for some reason, but you know what? We're sticking with it. Now for the fun thing that I do, which is... what was it? Hold on, I actually need to bring in my tandem mouse for this, just to help me measure. I think it was... Oh, wait, I know how I can measure. I'm smart. Oh, that was the wrong corner. Wait, how did I get here? You know what? We're starting over. I do this. Ish. Yeah, okay. Cool, that's what I did. Thank you, Tandemouse. Thank you for helping me measure. Copy those to make sure that I have the original, and then convert to image material, convert to image material. For those who don't know, that makes this just one standard image. Okay, good. And now I move this to this corner, and then move this guy to this one. Damn it, they overlap a little bit. That is a little annoying. What to do, what to do. Oh, I know. Easy. Just take them. Just shrink them just a little bit. Thank you, 10 mouse. I owe you my life. That's still funny. Chat can now see how meticulous I am with this type of stuff. Oh, right, I had a plot hook thing to say. So, okay, something you might notice with some of my games is I tend to like to do a thing where I give every character their own arc final boss in some way. Like, special fight that relates to them somehow. Sometimes they're very early in the game. Sometimes they're very late in the game. On occasion, they will be the final boss. Also, look, Scovillain. Heh, yeah, did it. Oh, fuck. Wait. Okay. Red. I should have, made sure to trim this. Actually, no, I need that in there. Fucking redhead, am I right? Take that out of context, I dare you. What's wrong with being a redhead? Your tooth sticks out of your mouth? Okay, perfect. Look at that. Got Scovillain. Got Capsicid. Hell yeah. Actually, I think I'm gonna change Capsicid's eyes to match the green head upon evolution. As I said before, it gives it a bit more cohesion. Alright, what Pokemon is next? I have a list. It's a very long list. Next is Diglett and Dugtrio. That should be easy. With special fights, are there criteria to making them special, or to avoid them as possible and keep them player specific while also involving everyone? Well, okay. Think about it like this. In strings, the player special boss fights. One, Sergio from episode 4 for Felix. Two, Percy for Heffy in episode 10. Three, Duke for Tempest. Yogurt was his own boss fight. Cicero was added too late to give a very specific one. And for Toby, I didn't really have anything planned, but it kind of ended up being Howard for the solo episode. So basically, it's less that like you don't need it to be a one-on-one fight or anything. You just have to have it be a fight where one player in particular can be cool, can have the cool moment, beat the antagonist of their arc, etc., etc. Diglett, which makes Dugtrio one. Indeed, you did blow him up. If you'll notice, I always put this Zoroa on for scale. Scoville, get out of here. There we go. It's Diglett time, baby. This one should be pretty easy, all things considered. So for future-proofing purposes, I'm going to perfect, and then I'm going to take this straight line tool and ooh, bah. A little too big. Yeah, that's pretty good. Diglett is going to be very easy because look at that. I'm based. Well, okay, not like that. That's pretty good. Be a little. Okay. I'm currently blanking on topics. I had something that I wanted to talk about, but I can't remember what it was. Very annoying, very rude. Actually, no. I'm going back to the shapes. Kind of like the shapes. How do you go about writing villains? Because you're giving each PC their own final arc boss. How do you write like the final boss then? Well, the final boss is just whatever I wanted to do in the first place. Also, I say like final arc bosses, they just have to conclude the character arc. It's not like they have to move the story forward. Are joke villains always unacceptable, or can they be the best part of a session? Well, joke villains are funny. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. So yeah, for example, Vard was going to be relatively the same no matter what characters people brought in. That's much better. Robin da Bank. Exactly. I need to move that up a bit. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Perfect. Yeah, so joke villains are funny. Main antagonists are just whatever the plot is that you wanted to do in the first place. Also, by the way, this is an important thing. Important thing when making main antagonists. You should always make it where the main well, okay. There might seem to be some exceptions with this rule, but I'm gonna put what is my basic rule for making antagonist plots and everything. They should always succeed if the players wouldn't be there. Because, like, there's nothing worse than a plot where you realize, oh wait, if the main character wasn't there, nothing would have changed. Easy example is like, let's just take one of the most classic D&D examples. If someone were to try to ascend to godhood, if the thing that they're doing would simply kill them in the end and they wouldn't become god, well, then the players intervening doesn't actually do anything now, does it? And that's not a good feeling. Now, do they need to always fully succeed? Technically not. Another acceptable thing is they would fail, but the world would be worse off in general. Like summoning if the goal of the cult is to summon a demon that will do their bidding, summon their lord and savior, etc., etc. Say they summon the thing, and then it fucking eats and kills them all, or something. The villain loses, kind of, but then the demon goes off on a rampage, etc., etc. World is still worse off. Okay. Height, nodes. rest of the body. Another thing that's always useful to know is before the game starts, you can always change things to work better into player plots. If the player gives you a backstory, something about the backstory should come up at some point. It doesn't have to be big, but something should come up. Otherwise, why the hell did they give it to you? And also, by the way, if you're a player, please give your GM a backstory. Please. Please, for the love of fucking God. It doesn't have to be much. Just a few sentences is fine. A basic concept, etc., etc. Just something. My word. What's a backstory? Richard, you give the most in-depth backstories of, like... You give very in-depth backstories to characters. I'd love a 50-page backstory. Exactly. Literally, yes. If you give me a 50-page backstory, I will read it. I might not read it all in one sitting, but I will read it. Because that shows that they care, and that care should be rewarded. It's kind of one of the reasons why modules are fun, but I think inherently flawed because it is not personalized. If it doesn't matter what character is playing the story, then, like, I think it's a little bit worse. Like, modules are fun and all, but they're not personalized. To pull a JoJo example out of nowhere, JoJo's would not nearly be as fun if instead of Jotaro and fucking Joseph going on the quest, it was just like Guy 1 and Guy 2. And the secret is you can personalize the module too. Yes, you can. And you should. That's pretty good. Will you deny a character for the game, or is it always good to take the challenge? I mean, under some circumstances I will deny a character, but most of the time it works, so long as they don't ignore the prompt that I give. If I give someone, hey, you're working in a detective agency, or you want to work in a detective's agency, and then they give me, I'm from Vegas, and I want only to open up a fucking casino and do not care about mysteries at all, I would go like, so like, no, no thank you. Please come up with something better. Or like, if a character doesn't, like, if you don't think that a character would be fun, go to someone and go, hey, you should change this. Modules are like eggs, right? They're fine by themselves if you're lazy, but add in some other shit and it becomes so much better. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So this is Diglett. Look at him. It is he. Well, here's my character for your detective game. They're the killer. That's like no, but that's actually fun though. The reason I had to bring up the casino option is because the hey, they're the killer thing popped through my head, and I was like, no, that's too interesting. That is too fun. Uh, I could be over here like, can I be a dude that's part of the problem that was sent to be a hindrance to try and make their lives harder secretly? Yeah, that's fun. Like, again, that's why one of the caveats that I had wasn't like it like clashes with it, just that it doesn't work. One day I'll get the enemy to ally gimmick. I mean, yeah, it's fun. Erase that. Now for Doug Trio. Long, long man. Yep, exactly. Okay, cool. Honestly, yeah, that's as long as that'll go. About there. His prefer. Well, this isn't Doug Trio. That's Lesser Dog. Uh, is befriending the final boss TTRPG is always a possibility to get behind, or you prefer them to be solely a villain? I think that depends entirely on what the villain is. For example, Vard, obviously done, obviously able to be done. Killian, good luck. Good luck. Okay, now move with these. Romance Killian route. Yeah, I mean, they could have tried. Would have failed, but they could have tried. No, wrong one. Actually, should probably do a like. Two, two. Wait, no, wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Got it. Okay. Here and then. That's kind of how they're laid out. And I think it could be lowered a bit. Let's see. I have a problem with befriending the villain routes because you get the situations where the players agree with the villain and think they're totally in the wrong, which can really fuck up the pace of the game. Side tangent TTRPGs to Deltarune. What makes the weird route so uninteresting to the main story? Yeah, that's my thing about how I'm like uninterested in the weird route. I just don't really care. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's pretty good. And then that and no. Swap it around. Yeah. Now compare that to Zora. I think I moved it a little too far to the side. So now I flip this and move back in a little. And then flip it again. Well, befriending the right. I forgot to react to this. Uh, where the players agree with the villain and think they're totally in the wrong. See, I think it depends on how the villain is made. I think a good villain is like, well, okay, it depends. Uh, Villains that I like are like villains that are like a few degrees off of correct, but like totally going about it the wrong way. Like they make a few wrong choices in their ideology. I say choices. You can't pick an ideology very well. Um, but they think a few wrong things, and you know, because of that, they're going down the route of hey, maybe don't do that. I think let's see this. And, oh, because of that, I should have done that. Yeah, I think that's good. Hell yeah. Diglett, Dugtrio. I was gonna say something. Oh, right. But like Killian, there's no agreeing with Killian. Like, what? Okay, small funny thing. It's funny how no one knows what Killian's motivation is. Some people have guessed it before, but like I've never seen anyone go, this is definitely his main motivation. Some people have guessed something that some people have guessed it as a like, oh yeah, this on the side. Of course, I'm not going to say what it is. What's next? Arachnid. Okay. Which is why I have. Where is it? There's Dupiter. I have the one that I already made for Dupiter here. Just so I can. He's gay. He's Kenjaku. I need to get a good Arachnid. Anyway, good villain is like Killian is gay theory, 10,000 red arrows. Imagine. The ultimate not bury your gaze because he's incapable of death. Where is Arachnid? Could Killian also be surprised? He's a woman. That is a theory of all time. There we go. Is Killian queer baiting a severed strings essay? Okay, let's see. I've pulled up a picture of front-facing Arachnid for myself. Doesn't understand why he'd be considered queer baiting since he's from ancient Greece. That's true. Ancient Greeks were historically very gay. We get to do the icon of my favorite Pokemon. Can I make you take a sippy? Yes, you can. Where do you find these images of front-facing Pokemon? Well, hold on one sec. Sip 1. Sip 2. Okay, well. First, to find a front-facing Pokemon, you must first look at what generation it's from. If it's from generation 8 or 9, you're probably shit out of luck, but still look up front-facing and then insert the Pokemon name, and you'll probably get something fine enough. If it's from generation 7 or beforehand, look up the Pokemon Shuffle icon. Can you find front-facing Bruxish? Pokemon Shuffle Bruxish. Some of them are slightly from the side because Bruxish would not really work that well front-facing. Bruxish is one of those. Sadly. But it works for most other Pokemon. When you get that, you just kind of have to deal with it. Insert, go to the game and take a picture from the front yourself. Honestly, if I needed to, I would. Like, quite literally, another great asset is my Pokemon Go Pokedex that is nearly full, and you can turn the Pokemon in it. I used that just the other day to get something about. I forget what Pokemon it was. Was it. Looking through my thing. Um, I think it might have been Smeargle, maybe? No, wasn't Smeargle. Might have been Roggenrola, maybe? I don't know. Point is, I did it the other day, and it worked pretty good. Exactly, Pikachu. Yeah, exactly, Richard. Exactly. Hold on, how's Dupiter? Yeah, okay. Now, despite my icons being like relatively simplified, I think, especially in the eye department, they're very simple. Um, I am probably going to add the squiggle. I gotta look at the Araquanid picture. Specifically the Ken Sugimori art. Um, well, he's got that little thing on the back of his head. Why is my eraser so big? Yeah, it's pretty good. And the horn things. Then I just gotta add a bubble. Guys, you know what my best friend is? Pinch tool. Look at how easy that was. Love me working with vector layers. I think. Yeah, a bit bigger. Vector, I hardly know her. Ha ha ha. There we go. Vector, the crocodile? What? I don't know what that means. I was trying to figure out what that meant for a moment, and I was like, nope, I just don't. Sonic the Hedgehog reference? Oh, okay. No wonder I didn't get it. Okay, put this duplicator here. So wait, how did I do this? That's what I thought. That's how I did it. Vector's the croc that's from the group with the bee kid and the chameleon. Oh, okay. I know that. I think I could probably just... Now that I have these colors, I could probably just color pick off of them. Can I shill in your chat? Sure. Go for it. Shill away. I should actually check. Yeah, completely separate. Cool. Raskin's RPG Trader. Yay! Hooray! Everyone go support a Rask. We work very hard. Shit, it's all in one there. Not now, please, car. You have the dog. Yeah, Richard, me lazy. You have the dog. Richard, you don't have to buy it. Oh, Richard. Laugh track. That'd be this color. That'd be this color. That I don't have a color for yet. You say it's the brown right there. So, hold on, idea. Just take this brown that I would use, and then I put it under here. And get that. That's a copy of the Dew Fighter, so it doesn't really matter. But I still want to. Cool. Yes, you do, Richard. Yeah, Richard, you have the most recent one. No, wait. Raccoon kind of got the lashes going on. He do. Arachnid kinda cunty. Did not think I would see that today. But I have, and there's no turning back now. You want to know this is tangential, but you want to talk about how you make player characters in games you're in? Oh yeah, sure. That's funny. So, does anyone want to take a guess, take a stab in the dark at what I do to make a PC? Also, by the way, look, Arachnid. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Uh, Tricky has been told before. Basically, I just go, wouldn't it be funny if insert thing? Wouldn't it be funny if there was if since I heard that Richard was making a person pretending to be a vampire. Wouldn't it be funny if I played a vampire pretending to be a human? Hey, wouldn't it be funny if I played a puppet man who puppets puppets to fight, but is pretending to be a puppet himself, being puppeted by himself or by a familiar that he controls? Who's next on my list? Drillbur and Excadrill. Dribbler is another one of those does not face forward often types. What's Oleander's one? Oleander's one is wouldn't it be funny if I played a plague doctor, but instead of knowing anything about medicine, he just shoots things? It literally originates from a funny comic that I read one time. Oleander puts bandages on a person wrong and then they heal a lot. Them, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. He's like, ah, yes, this would make me appear normal. Where actually is Drillbur in the thing? Drillbur is 312. And Drillbur was... Here, and get rid of you. And Drillbur is right there. Drillbur's art big. Drillbur is a you start with the eyes, I feel like. I think this is a pretty funny one for Drillbur. Actually, hold on, I need to make it easy to do the rest. I need to do it like that. Oh, oopsies. It's gonna look so derpy. Yeah, a little bit. Should I make his eyes smaller? Polling chat. Eyes smaller? Question mark? Okay. If Katie does not think so, who am I to deny the Drillbur lover? Don't listen to Tricky. Don't worry, I wasn't going to. Oh, wrong thing. Wish Drillbur had little whiskers. That'd be cute. And what color do I make Drillbur's eyes? Because Drillbur's eyes in its official art are just black. They're black dots. So, like... Oh, wait. It goes there. White eyes? The white eyes might clash with the white snout. Also, white eyes would look haunting. Well, wouldn't the stuff around the eyes be white and then have black dots? Yeah, Tricky, that's not how I do the icons. That's not the style. The style is no one has eye whites. Sometimes it works very well, sometimes it doesn't. But that's the style and I stick to it. Gray. Okay, I'll try. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Well, here's Gray. Kind of like Gray? Okay. If Katie kind of likes Gray, then Gray it shall be. Now catch 20 drill boys. Now it's him turn. Kind of like gay. Damn. Damn. Front-facing Excadrill gonna be wild. I think I could do it well. Oh yeah, hey guys, do you know how small Excadrill is? Excadrill does not look fun to do a front-facing portrait. Yeah, but guys, do you know how tall Excadrill is? Because I found out when I was making Pokens? When I was making tokens for Pokemon Lock, it's it Excadrill is 2 feet tall. Like, Jesus. Baby, indeed. What? Penny is shocked. He looks so big. Yeah. Let's see. So it's probably more accurate to do like this, considering the sizes we are working with. Yeah, he's a mole. He has to be small to dig good. He's 4'4" max minimum to me. Uh, yeah, but no, he's a Hydroler. The Hyraquinid. Play champions occasionally, and seeing him next to Tyranitar is so funny. He's so small compared to him. Yeah. No, it's not like this. his is closer to an actual that. And then yeah, that's pretty good, I'd say. I just realized I clip paints tools mostly. Yeah, I am a big. I love. There's the symmetry ruler. As you can see, I use vector layers, which are just so useful. So useful. Yeah, that's pretty good. Go with that one for now. And Excadrill's face is white. Which means his outline becomes... I'll make his eyes the same, since it is the same situation as Drillbur. Only having a mouse to draw makes me jealous of people with drawing pads. You know that that is quite the hurdle to go over. But you know, if you're doing it, that's awesome. That is an accomplishment. I could never. The only time that I can make art solely with a mouse is pixel art. And even then, my pixel art is shitty. There it is. And click. And that. Just to draw digitally on a free art app on a Chromebook. People who draw their phones on their finger. Or with their finger, even. And that. And then, last but not least, think that's a decent Excadrill. What do you guys think? Figure out how to fake tapering with a mouse by slowly decreasing the size of the brushes as I draw. Fancy. Imagine drawing. Hell yeah. Next is... of course. Up next, him. And this... Here we go. One, 5, 3. I just realized I haven't said anything TTRPG related in like since Araquanid. Any problems? Can't draw torsos for the life of me. Yeah, everyone's got that thing that they can't draw very well. I can't think of what mine is off the top of my head. I've gotten pretty good at anatomy. Yeah, that's better. I don't. I'm perfect in every way. Yes. Yes, you are, Penny. Also, I'm gonna change how I did the lines. Actually, wait, what am I doing? It's him. It's Farfetch'd. But of course, What would far-fetched be without his leak? So, new layer. I swear next time I'll be making a presentation for this stream just so I have all my talking points. I don't know who would watch that though. Oh, I suppose a PowerPoint presentation on it would be kind of funny. I just need a good topic I could talk a lot about. Plenty of people will watch this and a presentation. Thank you, Katie. PowerPoint streams go hard. Yeah, that's fair. I've watched my fair share. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I want like a 60, I think. Yeah. Tishlet has taught me that people will watch presentations. Yeah, that's very fair. I just need something that I can, like, really talk about for a while and have a lot on. People will watch anything. Yeah, that's fair. Also, not sure what you could talk about, but I'm also around all the time, so I'm not a good judge. Clearly, you make a presentation on why you hate Life is Strange. Ugh. I watched a 5-hour long tier list stream. Fair, Tricky. You know what? You did do that. Uh, You should do that. You make a presentation about your partner. You could probably talk about that for a while. Yeah, I mean, I could. Valentine's Day stream. No one would be able to watch. It'd be too embarrassing. Yeah, I know. Imagine that, like, took off for some reason. And then I'm just known as the guy that made a presentation about his fiance. Question for Rask lineages. Okay, what is it? Should give each kind of elf a slightly different mechanical benefit? Yes. Most certainly, in my opinion. Leak. Maybe a different affinity for each? That'd be fun. Because what do I do for far-fetched eyes? They're kind of brown, I guess. Like I had to zoom in to see. I want kind of this color. Make them a bit richer. I think you should kill all the elves. Homophobic. Time to kill Veer and Vezrin. No! Tricky, what have you done? No, definitely this way. I feel like his feathers could be a little darker, though, honestly. little brighter, a bit more saturated. And like here for a second line. It's not terrible. Something about far-fetched is hard to get right. I need to desaturate it more. Hold on, let me screen pick one of his colors again. It's so like I think this is probably fine. It's pretty out there, Pokemon. Yeah. And then the leak, obviously. Hell yeah. Far-fetched. After Farfetch, I have down... that's a spoiler Pokemon, so I can't do that one. Haha. Golett and Golurk. Hoo-hoo. Some of my favorites. Let's see. Get this guy on screen. Where is he? Get this guy on screen. Fuck. Orb. Yeah, orb. Golett's kind of one of those weird ones. Where, like, I'm gonna have to turn off the symmetry tool for a little. Golurk is... there it is. 187. Yeah, I haven't talked about TTRPGs in like a few Pokemon. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Head empty. Only Pokemon. Well, that worked out surprisingly well. We need to delete some of those. Delete some of those. There's one character from your TTRPG, gender swap, who's uh, realizing how difficult my current drawing is for torso. It's crouched over, meant to be thin, embracing four long arms. What? Yeah, that is pretty cross. That is pretty hard to do for a torso. Yeah, I agree. This shape may look unorthodox, especially for eyes, chat, but trust the process. Look at that. One line, both eyes. Like, yeah. Known as a cloak, which I can partially hide the torso, but that feels like a cop out. Plus, I want to learn the hard way. Well, okay, you can learn the hard way, but if you don't, I dropped something. If you don't know how to draw torsos in general, then you should probably like start with something simple. For example, here I'll take a break from the Pokemon thing. For example, I'm just gonna do a quick like, ba uh, quick, quick torso. There's a quick torso for you. Like, I think you should start with something like more a standard pose if you're still figuring out how to draw torsos in general. Yeah, like something simple. Until you're more confident with it, I think hiding with the cloak is perfectly reasonable. There's a break there. Fixed. Give them big tits. Boom. Can't have a torso if they got tiggle bitties. Richard is so correct, man. Obviously, that's what you do. Don't worry about me sizing up Golett here. I'm too lazy to grab the colors from somewhere else. He's coming back. Okay. And for certain outlines. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good, Golett. Got up to make lunch and came back to a little guy. Yeah. I feel like I should be talking about TTRPGs more, but on one hand, I don't want to exhaust all my topics. On the other hand, I don't know what topic to talk about. I told you guys this stream wouldn't be that good. The stream is fine. Shut up. Okay, fair enough. I mean more like it would eventually taper out. Okay, Golurk. Funnily enough, Golurk is one that I'm like, yeah, I could keep the head the same-ish size. Because Golurk's head doesn't actually get that much bigger. I'm just gonna do that for now. I need to look at Golurk from some more angles. Oh, wait, he has a frontward-facing one from Shuffle. Thank you, Shuffle. His also contains the collar thing that, like, holds him in. But I'm not going to include that. Oh, wait. Just turn off. You. There we go. Actually, these aren't the best. Time to try again. Oh, before I do that, real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, didn't start low enough. That looks better. think because of this, I might have to make one of these colors darker. No, not that color. Yeah, okay. A Golurk. Woohoo. Next is... I changed over to the Deltarune lo-fi. Next is... Aha! Instead of a little guy, a little gal. Remove that. There she is. Six, 2, 6, 1. Hatena. Little critter. This Pokemon is all face. Yes, you are correct. Hatena should be relatively easy. Quick use explosion. No! I think Hatena needs to be smaller. Yeah. You make it even smaller. I got a notification that OBS disconnected. I assume that means that stream ended for a moment. Did explosion work? I suppose it did, Richard. I suppose it did. Actually, I suppose that's not actually the shape it is it? It's more like a teardrop. I think I should probably do like... Perfect. I've never realized this is just a Kirby enemy. Yeah, Kirby. It does have some Kirby enemy energy. Right here, right here. Also, uh, as promised. Just for you, Tricky. Oh, she's coming back. She went too small. She minimized, but now she's maximizing. POV, you thought anything in her presence. You know what? Considering all these three, their colors are all the same, it should be pretty easy to like. Yeah, I just have to pick a few. What am I waiting for, Richard? Are those pink, white, and blue? Yeah. That's the wrong one. Here we go. Check Discord. Okay, hold on. I know this character from Smash Bros. Thank you, Richard. For context, Richard sent me a picture of Mr. Saturn. was really scary what just happened. What? What happened? You bit into your food and it sounded like the heartbeat of a wicked beast. I'm not I'm not eating anything. Like I do eat on stream sometimes, but I'm not eating anything right now. Am I hallucinating? What the fuck? I don't know. I said lunch. Yeah, Katie's not here, so like it can't have been them. Yeah, this is a pretty good hit tenant. It is 85 degrees outside. Just because I think it's funny. Chat, what's your opinion on oatmeal cookies? Tantrum time. Damn, as soon as he said what I said, watch the viewer count drop. The results are in. Oatmeal cookies are bad for stream. Stream reset for some reason about 10 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, it did that. Some connection error on my side. And Hatcham would not be complete without the tails. And just move these to their own. I'm gonna also just mask these ones to not mess with the vectors that much. Especially in case I have to move them. If I decide I don't like them as much. Which one is Hatterene Light that kills people? Well, it's this one, right? Yeah, it's the final one. Mostly the final one. This is pretty penny coated. Certainly some people would like to pummel into silence. Yeah. I think this is pretty good. Oh, oopsies. No, that's blue. That's white. That's pink. So is that. The eyes are white. There's a world river in the background. Uh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think I might be able to do a little better with this shape. Yeah, I'm decently satisfied. Now it's Hatterene time. Hit her. Hatterene, another one of my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, I might as well just redraw the circle. I like egg. It's more like an egg shape. Mm. Ah. Work call, ew. This is so fucking good. Yeah, I love Hattering's design. Top tier Pokemon design. Um, hmm. Time to look up a few pictures of Hatterene. Okay, it's 2. What is it? 3? No, I think it's 2. Um, oh, wait. Okay. Other interesting Hatterene note that I cannot show on the official art, but I did see from looking up a reference image, or looking up an image from the game. She does have eyelashes. Also, I think these are a bit too far apart. Oh wait, I made the tufts going the wrong way. She's such a girl boss, it's actually kind of wild. Yeah. Yeah. Now, do I include the hand thing somehow? It's coming off the head. So like I could, for example, do like Hold on. That work? Yeah, it works enough. Yeah, exactly. It is a very iconic part of the design. So, like, yeah. Stop that. We gotta get a headering in lock. It's imperative. Uh, hmm. Her skin is actually a different color this time. It's more like hmm. It's sort of like a very I just saturated a bunch. That was pretty good. Maybe a bit more like there, maybe. Also, Heterine has black eyes. I wonder if, like, since I'm not doing pupils, if I just like, nah, that doesn't look better. Um, so I take this color and then I make it the eye outline clearly. I'll come back to that. Yo, Spanton Lo-Fi? Hell yeah. Maybe I'll do like... Also, it might just be best to go back to the all white. That was at least it made more sense with the Hatchram. Just to check again. No, not the right button. Okay. I think this is a pretty good Hattering. Oh wait, forgot. There. And the next ones. Okay, I'll do the next ones and they'll probably be the last ones. Because the next ones are related. Impidimp is about to crush, absolutely destroy Smeargle. I don't need these all right here. Nose. Also, you guys don't know. Maybe I added what could be considered a dark type girl boss as you guys are discussing in chat that I am slightly reading. Obviously made dark type Gardevoir, duh. It's him. It's he. Now it's Morgan. Morgan time. Putting Impotent on screen just to make sure I make him bigger than him. As long as I make it roughly that size. Okay. Here we go. That's better. Yo, Office is here. Hell yeah. Welcome to stream. It is technically TTRPG discussion stream, but we haven't discussed anything in a while because I ran out of topics and people stopped asking questions. But if you have any, I don't know, it could restart. Also, I just noticed because of how Morgrim's design is, Impotent is not quite correct. So I'm going to, no. So I'm going to fix that. He only has one nostril. Did you use stand design mechanics talk? Not really. People did not ask much about that. It was mainly make story gooder. People mainly asked questions about that rather than much else. We talked about how I recommend stealing. That's better. I realized this line only has one nostril. Yeah. Oh boy, I question that. How do you make interesting state mechanics? 25 exercise points and gestures at the flowchart. Honestly, it's kind of like I try to figure out what the best way to show some to like give mechanics to something. Sometimes you don't need it. Like rain control for those ears are way too big. Like, for example, Innocence's uh, control of water and pulling it towards places. You don't really need special mechanics for that. But like, if it's something where just a roll would not suffice, that's when I kind of start making those. Um, Also, you want to try and make them easy to follow ish, at least to you. 25's thing was relatively easy and simple because his is just, okay, I suddenly have another number I must keep track of. Then there's the flow chart, and that's its own thing. Which reminds me, I have to work. I have a video I have to work on. Oh my god, that video is going to be so much fun when I'm done with it. It's going to take a bit, but you know what? For those in stream, I will give the sneak peek, and the sneak peek be what I am currently trying to work on. So, fun fact: the epilogue ends, and Tally just cut. I don't know why she did this, but she just cut out the entirety of the perfect by design discussion section where where we go back and discuss like every form. Just like all of it, it was at the end of the episode. It's gone. Not there for some reason. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I said epilogue. Yeah, I need to restart this. So, because of that, I'm like, well, I want the fans to understand Perfect by Design, obviously, because that was part of the reason why I did it. And like I could just explain it all in Q&A and everything, but then I had a way funnier idea. Um so you know the JoJo's but really fast videos? Uh I I had a funny idea of they have a video where they explain King Crimson. Yeah, so I had an idea of doing that, but for Perfect by Design. Uh, there's a few things I need to decide first before I can like fully get to work making it. Like one of the things I need to decide is who is the one doing the explaining and who are they explaining to? Which is a little bit of a I got to figure it out. One of the current ideas, if T2 and 25 would be funny. One of the current ideas is having Toby be the one to explain it because Toby is the only character who has seen every form at least once. Um, the other idea was 24K, but I felt like there was a more funny option there. Gotta go for the fun. It's yeah, and then it's the thing of like, see, Toby is also funny because I would be doing all the voices like that video series, which makes it funny because, we could just have Katie do it, but it's funnier. Uh, oh yeah, you know what? That does have to do that. Okay. Mm, yeah, this is pretty good. I have noticed that I have to and the ears here. And now I need to have that be bigger. I just want to finish the outline here, and then I can look at chat again. Thank you, Gerson Lo-Fi. You are very, very motivating. Okay, yes. You'd have you doing the Toby voice, and Godson is a different character really late into the video. That is kind of a funny idea. Okay. And now out of the way. Ease out. That. Just realized the ears have to go to this one as well. Yeah, I think that's it. Well, the same color as there. One time to color pick. It's basically the same color. Well, for impotent, I can steal this color and this color. Oh, oh, wrong one. Yeah, that's pretty good. $50 of the nose inside. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Boop, 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 boop. Ba 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 ba. I think do that. Oh, right, I forgot. I was gonna say something else about stand design. I was gonna say that the way that I tend to design my stands is, well, sometimes the ability just comes to me, but in terms of like the fights, I just imagine, okay, what's a cool JoJo moment? And then I just aim for that. Wrong thing. Hmm. Is that really the same color? It's similar. Hmm. I'll go a bit darker. What the fuck? Hold on, I forgot my keybinds. That's weird. Oh, wait. Oh, my control keys are stuck. Both of them. That's odd. Hold on. Unplugging my keyboard for a second. Okay. It's good now. Okay, cool. Works now. That's what it stands for. I think I'm gonna change Impotence colors here to match that as well. Yeah, that makes it that works better. We now enter the fun part of trying to layer things properly. Jesus, does this take a bit? This needs to be under that. And this needs to be over that. This should be over this. This should then be under that. Oh, you can see that right there. Not anymore. Can one-way ticket get 25? Can one-way ticket throw knives? So, like, what is it a ticket for? Like, where are we going? Where does it send you? It's pretty good. It's a ticket to hell. 25. Hell is real? We're going back to the funny character religion talk from the matcha stream. 25. I never thought about this. I guess if you're telling me, it's probably correct. Oh yeah, Office wouldn't have been there. During one of the previous streams, there was just we just had it. I mentioned how it's funny to think of things for characters that will never be brought up but inform their characters, which I guess is another TTRPG tip if you're still here for those. Come up with things that will never come up in game about your characters. The go-to one that I think that I bring up all the time is how many siblings do they have? Are they the younger sibling? Are they the older sibling? Are they the middle child? Are they an only child? Etc. Etc. Because that really informs mindset growing up. Like, not many people think of it, but it really do. Hello, Grimsnarl. Anyway, another thing that's kind of like that we talked about briefly was character religions, which makes more sense in terms of Grimsnarl, why are you green? True. It makes more sense in a JoJo system. In like a D&D system, this doesn't really apply because gods are confirmed. But coming up with like what religion a character is good. It makes a lot of sense. For example, Vard and Franklin are Christian. The nice kind of Christian, though. um, I say nice type of Christian. You guys get what I mean. The not evangelical kind. Um, yeah, exactly. We get it. We're woke. Vard would love Wake Up Dead Men. Yes, actually. Yes, correct. That is exactly the type of film that Vard would like heavily resonate with. Um, yeah, it's my favorite of the three, I think. Um, then what was I gonna say? Right. And the funny one that I always bring up is L, because L L is an atheist, but she's not a real atheist. She's an atheist from one of those Christian movies. So that basically means she's just a Christian who is pretending that God isn't real. She does believe in God. She just doesn't want to admit it. She's not an actual atheist. Because if you think about it, her power set really is like the universe's influence. So she has to believe that there's something behind that because like, it's not her. She's not the one who does it. Uh, she literally knows the devil from the Bible. Can you blame her? Alien is literally the progenitor of sin, bro. That's fucked up. Which song is this? Oh, this is the mic fight. Oh, that's what that was. Cool. Yo, cat swing? Yeah. Thanks, Deltarune Lo-Fi. The JoJo's character sheet comes with the system like a thing for favorite movie and favorite music artist, right? That's another one of those details. Yeah, exactly. Don't hear the music either, actually. Has the music been coming through stream? Guys, I've had music on this entire stream. I thought it was in the background this entire time. Oh my god, that's annoying. Hold on, what if I just turn it up really loud? That's annoying. Okay, well. I guess I'll work on that next time since I wasn't gonna stream for too much longer. Since it's the desktop audio being captured by OBS. It should be. It says it is. Probably should have said something earlier when I noticed that a while ago. Yeah, I would have appreciated that. No, you know it for next time. Uh, Here, what about this one? Does that work? Cool. That's literally just the exact same thing. I am looking at the bars and they are giving the exact same output. You know what? I'm starting over. We're going back to the start of the lo-fi here. OBS, my beloved, yeah. Anyway, I'm probably gonna finish Grim Snarl, and then I might do one or two more. Who knows? It is getting warm in my room, and by warm I mean I'm pretty sure the AC unit would say it's like 80 degrees or something. Just because you fucked around with your settings for OFAV. It's like the stream addict. It's not that I'm a stream addict, it's that I was going to because nothing was changing, but now Office is here. A new element has been added to the stream. A new challenger! Okay, let's see. Looking crimson. If I ask the right question, I could drop Wesley's bizarre field. And then we'll get instant access to the strings epilogue. Hell yeah. That's already had to been pushed back more times than I've wanted it to. It probably would have been out by now, but Tally wanted to edit Love Gun instead. We all have our vices. One last game design question before I go. How do you scene outlines for sessions? Oh yeah. That's a good one and also a difficult one. Okay. Here, you know what? I'm gonna go and read one of my session outlines for an episode. Let's see. Which episode? Here, pick an episode. Preferably one that is like first half or so. Toby solo session, a first half or so. Please not that one. That one was too complicated. 7. All right, thanks, Richard. Okay, so episode 7's recap. You know what? This is actually a pretty good one because this one starts with like a big thing. Okay, episode 7's is recap and then bullet point. Toby and Felix stole some stolen goods. Then 7, for context, Richard, 7 was the exposure to battle fight. Yeah. Okay, so Toby and Felix stole some stolen goods. Next bullet point, Toby flashback. Next bullet point, Mercy saves Toby in September. Next, Toby pickpockets Vard. Next, Vard gives it... no. Right. Gives advice about both. Why did that get cut off? Huh, I guess part of this got deleted at some point. Gives advice, basically. Next note, pickpockets Angel for confidence, and then in quotes, the fake name that she has. Next note, it's been 6 days since Ian escaped. Next note, Toby wakes up at home, goes to Joestar Mansion. Felix is there with Jody. Other note, Toby almost recognizes the picture of Mercedes because Tally requested that. Next note, Felix and Toby go to the memorial and meet Sebastian there. Next morning, Felix goes to Gargoyle Park. Then Heart Forecast goes to meeting place. Business card says Dusk Division of Overlooked Dreams. Mr. Gunna, head of accounting. Then Expo and Vard talk. 25... Then this bullet point says, and I quote, 25 and Vard go play some basketball, bracket, or parentheses. Very important, this part. Let's see. Toby, then it's Toby, Yogurt, and Franklin have gone to a mall. Franklin and Toby went for shopping. Yogurt went to check things. And then, funnily enough, the fight isn't actually noted that much here because since it was a villains episode, I just kind of let the players do whatever. It is literally just noted as first fight. And then after Felix, Tempest, and Heffy are back at the hotel, second fight. And then Pete call at the end. Let's see. Another one that might be good is scrolling around. Oh, I remember this. I remember this ending monologue. I had a... How much of his life? Alright, my PCs, what do you want to do next session? In Pokemon, it's like all that. In Strings, it was much more the course of action is obvious. However, if anyone asked, I would let them do things. It's just the only people who asked were like Katie, Richard, and Duncan. Most of the time, I think Tally and Amy thought the game was far more on rails than it actually was. Like, I would let people do things that would derail things. It's just... Yeah. Like, sure, it was episodic and all that, but like... That just... That just means that I had it planned. I've noticed nowadays Tally says that she doesn't like episodic things, but like we run things the exact same. Like, I don't know. Oh right, Tally's still a banned word. Tally did her whole nightmare stand thing. Yeah, exactly. I would have let people do more of that. Where is... There it is. Yeah, anyway, there's no real difference in how I run like I would still let people do in strings if they wanted to do something. It's just most of the time they didn't. Who knows? Maybe I should have made it more clear that they could? Perhaps. But, you know. I'll just do the big ears. Man, looking at my notes again, I found an old monologue that I never got to do because the ending of episode 10 was different. Aw, Katie, you deleted the block term tally. No, it was funny. It's alright. What the fuck are these things? Should probably be a Q&A, but I do plan to reveal concerts in episode 10. Yes, I did. I did plan to do it then. In fact, I planned to do it then, and then I had to, like, figure out how to drop them again, because I wouldn't... Okay, the next concert that was going to be seen was, like, a bit later and with 2 stands that I made. And it was very important to me that the first concert be 2 stands that we already knew. It it just felt like the proper way to introduce them. Because if I introduce concerts with like stands that I made, it's like, oh, okay, you made those with that in mind. Okay, cool. It's just a different thing, I guess. But if it's two stands we know, then it is truly emphasized as a new thing. No, not that. There we go. I've mended my folly. All the concerts and symphony, all the funny music references. Yeah. Where are the teeth? I think I'm done with the elves lineage. Ooh. Hell yeah. Something something shill. Wait, I forgot to change the tongue color for more red. Need to remember to save up for a Rask. Yeah, it is now on RPG Trader for less. For such little. Such little, very wow. Stares at camera. Oh, that's like basically the green. Like dark. Yeah, I think the Patreon it still has the discount price. What? Okay, yeah. I knew that was different. That was weird. Go over on JoJo session 30 minutes. Catch you later. Hell yeah. Glad that you popped in. 'Twas fun. Enjoy your sesh. Yeah, that's better. Any other strange stuff you want to talk about? Like 4. Yeah. I don't know. Perhaps, but nothing off the top of my head. Pull out the strings Q&A sheet. Where's Rhapsody? Rhapsody will be discovered at some point. Good question from the dogs about the worms. Really? If we had any candidates for PCs getting wormed. Not really. I didn't really have any off the top of my head. But I think if any were going to get wormed, in general, I think Cicero might. I think Cicero would vibe with Violet. I was kind of trying to worm Sebastian. That'd have been fun. That one was that one's probably pretty simple though. It would have basically just been imagine Metallica, but you know, just with the blood itself rather than just the iron in the blood. I think this is pretty good. This is a decent Grimmsnarl, I would say. it seems that the universe wanted to start playing World Evolving for Grimmsnarl. How many of these did I get done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wait, at what point would Seb have been wormed? If he killed Red Skies. Yeah, in the 24K fight, if anyone were to kill Red Skies, the worm would have immediately gone to them. But especially Sebastian. Yeah. For Sebastian, it would have also see, okay, here's the thing. Sebastian was the main one of like, see, okay, the worm could have gone to anyone, but I was like, it has to be someone who's acting mainly out of rage, and Sebastian is very angry a lot. So I was like, okay, Sebastian would be pretty angry at Red Skies. So basically the thing was, if Sebastian takes any, like, action to end her in some way, killing is the main one, but I would have also counted sealing, because that would have, like, you know, sealing is a very, I revoke your existence type of thing. It is a similar vein to killing in that scenario. Did I think it was going to happen? Not really, but... Just because I set something up doesn't mean I think it's going to happen. You know what? That's another tip if you can figure it out, but that one's a much harder skill to develop. I have a real knack for it. Of like, you don't need to prep something if it's not going to happen, so if you know it's not going to happen, don't bother. I have to look into this a bit more. Yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, we got some cool guys. Hatterene. I might redo the arm on Hatterene. I'm not quite happy with it. But, oh, wait. When did this happen? Don't know when that happened. Araquanid, Ductrio, Scopilen. But yeah. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. Been going for a bit. More happened than I thought it would. Honestly, I was kind of worried that the stream would be a terrible idea. But you know what? It was pretty good. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Incredibly vibey stream. Yeah, it would have been more of a vibe if I actually knew that you guys couldn't hear the fucking music. Oh my god. Anyway. Goodbye, chat. I hope you have a good night. And, bye-bye. Bye-bye, people. Wow.